Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. Do we have a quorum?
Yes.
Yes. Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United All right, in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from the vote due to conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for a presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she could state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on the top of them. All right, minutes from February 20th meeting. Do we have any corrections or additions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. All right, public agenda. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No one. All right. Chair, Executive Director's Report. Is there an Executive Director's Report?
No, not this morning, but good morning and welcome to Noah.
All right, action items. Fiscal year 2026 Federal Transit Administration FTA Urbanized Area UZA allocations. The presenter is Mike Shipper of GCRTA.
Urbanized area allocation. I will state before we get into it, there was a $2,000 mistake that shorted Lake Tran $2,000 in the package material that went out, and the total that got reflected in the total. So just note that. But I will go ahead and do the presentation with the correction. So our staff worked on doing the splits of the 5307 and 5339 programs. Our urbanized area has some changes from 2010 to 2020. I don't know if there's a pointer, but you will see in Lake County, there's, on the eastern end of Lake County, some of the shapes are different. Down in the Cuyahoga Summit, Geauga, there's some different shapes, and there's definitely a different shape at the northern part of Lorain. And there's less of a shape in Medina, as Medina is the city of Medina is no longer part of the urbanized area. And I think, Shannon, that's some of the stuff you were talking about. So your splits are now handled by ODOT. So there is a difference. Some of those changes, when you look at per population based on the urbanized area, obviously the couple pieces in Ashtabula are gone. Cuyahoga's down a little bit, everyone else is up, and Summit's down a little bit. We use the 2025 NTD data that's reported to do the calculations. One good thing for our region is that with the IIJA, there has been some slight escalation from the original base in 2022. And again, this year we had slight increases in both 5339 and in 5307. So the region is getting, basically 120,000 more in 5339 and about 800,000 more. So that is good for us. So we have a little bit more money. It is a good thing. This is where the mistake occurred, but when they did a calculation, based on the formula in terms of the dollars available for bus, rail, and population splits. The raw column was correct. When it got moved into the rounded, for some reason, when this went out, the Lake Tran number was $2,000 rounded off. So now this is the correct number with the correct total. And in the package, I think on page 8, that last column was actually cut off. So, but in the table, you know, we do need to make the corrections for Lake Tran to be at 4,274,278, and the grand total being at 39,436 as opposed to 434,354. So just want the committee to note that. There is a portion that is considered the unserved funds. This is one area where we do usually have some discussion. I know there had been a request by Geauga County to provide funding, I think, for your maintenance facility. I think there was some discussions about that. And there was a request to go ahead and of the unfunded money allocate 314,583 to that. And then the remaining unserved area funds, we traditionally split between RTA and NOACA at an 80-20 split. So this is one area where over the years, with the smaller agencies, we do take requests to get funding for specific projects. The other thing about this is that Lake Tran administers this, and you guys have an arrangement of how that flows. So that total ends up being added to the Lake Tran total. But this is the request that was brought forward and is incorporated into the splitting of the unserved. 5339 doesn't have the unserved, so again, it is a population density calculation. There's a raw calculation and it's rounded. This table was rounded properly, so this table was as presented in the package. Again, with another 120,000 more than last year. When it's all rolled together, this is the roll up between the two programs and the grand totals for each of the agencies. Because of the overlaps with Summit County, there is some splitting that happens with Akron Metro and PARTA, and then they do the same thing back to us. So there'll be some split money that comes back to, usually to RTA. But this is the recommended splits and totals for fiscal year 2026. And then again, the action needed is to approve the splits with the amounts. You know, again, noting the unserved areas being incorporated into that and noting the Lake Tran Geauga arrangement. The other thing is once we take action on this, we do need to get this documented in a letter and minutes very quickly so that we can, all the agencies can apply for their money. So with that, we can take any questions, comments from the group.
Madam Chair, good morning. I'm Karen Perkins. I'm with Lorraine County Transit. So this is my first meeting.
Please make sure you're speaking and you really got to get up close to it.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
Kirk Conrad's been working with us at Lorraine County Transit, trying to help us get our act together. So one of the items he's been working on is obtaining Lorraine County's portion of these funds. So I know he's talked with a few people in regards to the fact that we do have a portion of Lorraine County that's in the UZA and that we are providing transit services there. And he's communicated, I think, with both some folks here at NOACA and also at GRTA.
Yes, and I haven't been in that conversation, but I do know there is some issue with, in terms of how, because you're providing whatever. You've got your,
Dial-A-Ride is
you got your,
primarily. in
yeah,
that
but you
area.
don't have any regular service. So the NTD data for you is, you're not, you are, yes, you are, but you don't have any fixed route service.
So you're saying that we're not eligible for the funding then?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. The criteria to meet it? I'm assuming he's gonna want a fixed route bus. Or either our microtransit.
I just have some experience in qualifying and not qualifying and how it works, so there are some qualifications.
Yeah, and my understanding at this time, you're not eligible because of, based on what is or is not provided in Lorraine County.
Any other discussion? Okay, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the motion is approved. Okay, we're gonna move into the first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning reviews presented from Ed May.
Thank you. Good morning. This over here. Yes, this is item 6A, project planning review for the first quarter of state fiscal year 2027. No action is being requested. This item is being presented to this advisory council for information and input. There has been no previous action regarding this item. As you know, project planning review, the purpose behind that is to address whether a proposed project helps to address and achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA's planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements. The project is being processed in accordance with our project planning review process. It's been reviewed by staff and is being presented to the advisory councils, and will be to the subcommittees and committees, and will be circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation, and is currently posted on the website for public review and comment. This slide helps to illustrate our process whereby project review evaluates a project in its early planning stages and assesses how it aligns with the plan. And we use project review, that is the staff and committees use it to evaluate projects and identify any issues or conditions to be addressed prior to amendment to the plan. The action taken at this project planning review stage of the process is the acknowledgement that the project has completed project review. It has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA's planning requirements. This enables the project to be amended to our long-range plan. Ultimately, the project would advance to the tip with committed resources for implementation. We have one project review summary covering a multimodal transit center in Painesville. The project is contained in your materials on pages 14, and then with some illustrations on pages 15 through 17. I'll run through it briefly. This slide lists the project. It is sponsored by Lake Tran. The project involves constructing a multimodal transit center on East Erie Street between Liberty Street and North St. Clair Street in downtown Painesville. And this would replace the Julie A. Cunningham Transfer Center currently located on North St. Clair Street. This new facility will accommodate routes 1, 4, 5, and 9. And it will have electric bus charging and also enhanced passenger amenities such as indoor climatized waiting area, real-time signage, restrooms, improved pedestrian crossings, and bicycle facilities. This project's estimated total cost is $20 million, for which Lake Tram was awarded $2 million in Ohio Transit Partnership Program Flex funds, and will provide the remaining $16 million through other means. And there's also a $2 million estimate for project management. So workforce access is the central priority of this investment, as over half of all of Lake Tran's riders use Lake Tran to get to work. So the multimodal transit facility will serve as a regional workforce connector, which will link residents to high-demand employment centers and supporting Ohio's manufacturing competitiveness. Again, 4 of Lake Tran's local, 10 local routes, that being the 1, 4, 5, and 9, will utilize the transit center and connecting rural and suburban communities with workforce centers, such as manufacturing clusters located in Mentor and in Paynesville. Excuse me. The proposed facility will function as the eastern anchor of Lake Tran's fixed route system, serving riders from Paynesville, Madison, Fairport Harbor, and other surrounding communities. And the project will enhance workforce mobility across municipal boundaries and support Lake County's broader economic development strategy. So the Paynesville is the site of a new stop on Go Bus, and that's ODOT's rural intercity bus service, and it's designed to connect rural communities with urban centers. And this will be along their gray line, which would connect Ashtabula to Toledo. So with 10 stops end to end, the gray line will connect multiple northern Ohio counties, including Ashtabula, Lake, Cuyahoga, Lorain, and Lucas. So the transit center in Paynesville would provide Go Bus riders with an improved experience, such as safe indoor climate control waiting facilities, public restrooms, as well as access to local restaurants and businesses in downtown Paynesville, and connections with Lake Tran's local bus routes. So the next 3 slides are illustrations, which I guess are contained in your materials. This first one here, this is a site diagram showing the location in downtown Paynesville. This is in your materials on page 15. This next slide here is just a rendering of the proposed terminal facility. It's on page 17 in your packet. And then this last one is a floor plan of the terminal, and this is included in your materials on page 16. So next steps, the NOACA staff would forward any comments from this council to the project sponsor. The project will be presented to the Transportation Subcommittee, the Planning and Programming Committee, and the Executive Committee for additional review and comment. Pending board approval, the project sponsor would be notified that their project has completed project review, and the NOACA staff would then work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues that had been identified during this process. I'd like to make you aware that we do have a representative from Lake Tran here if there are any questions, but that concludes my presentation here.
Any discussion? Doesn't look like it. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
All right, next one is state fiscal year 2027, enhanced mobility of seniors and individuals with disabilities program applications. From presenter is Adam Allen.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I am presenting the state fiscal year 2027 enhanced mobility of seniors and individuals with disabilities, also known as the Section 5310 program applications that we received for this state fiscal year. No action is requested. This item is for presentation and discussion, and there's no previous action. A little background on the Section 5310 program. It provides capital grants for transportation providers of specialized populations, specifically seniors and individuals with disabilities. And eligible entities include public transit agencies, municipalities, private nonprofits, as well as for-profit companies. It is based on the apportionment based on the Cleveland urbanized area. The federal fiscal year 2026 apportionment was $2.7 million. We have an estimate of carryover amount from previous applications from previous awards that were under budget of $25,000. That leaves the $2,798,395 available to applicants. Of that, 1.5 million goes towards the competitive applications, and 1.2 million goes towards the transit applications, as well as internal program administration. Up to 10% can be retained for program administration, so that's 1.2 million. For transit agencies, applications were open from March 13th to April 24th, and for competitive applicants, applications were open from March 13th to May 1st. We received a total of 28 requests for funding, including 4 transit agencies requesting 4.4 million and 24 competitive application requests totaling almost 5 million, 4.999 million. In total, there was 9.4 million requested. And with the total available to applicants of 2.7 million, you can see it's a very competitive round this year. It's the most applications we've ever received. So these are the 4 transit agency requests, totaling 4.408 million. And these 3 slides, I believe, are the 24 competitive application requests. Largely for replacement or expansion vehicles, as well as communications equipment and computer hardware and software. The only exception to that is Senior Transportation Connection, which applied for operating funds. We, for this award round, did allow nonprofits with a large fleet, 11 revenue vehicles or larger, to apply for operating funds at a 50% reimbursement. So again, that's $2,798,395 total in FTA funds available to the Cleveland UZA for federal fiscal year 2026 apportionments. NOACA may retain up to $277,339 for program administration. Currently, $25,000 in carryover funds available to competitive applications, and there could possibly be additional carryover identified during the application evaluation process, And then the remaining $2,521,056 will be available for transit agencies and competitive projects for implementation. In June, we're presenting applications to the Transportation Subcommittee. And July 10th, we'll be presenting our recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee. August 14th, recommendations will be presented to the Executive Committee, and ultimately recommendations will be presented to the board on September 18th, 2026. Any discussion or questions?
Hearing none, thank you, Adam. We'll move on.
Thank you.
Next is the Arizona Teddy Pilot Study Update from Cindy Peck of American Structure Point.
Hello, I'm here to give you an update on the TEDI, which is the Transportation and Economic Development Study that we are performing for NOACA. I skipped some slides. So no action is required at this time. This presentation is only for information. There was no previous action. It's the first time this study is being presented to the Transit Council. So the Transportation for Economic Development Initiative pilot project kicked off in June of 2025, and we've been working on it since then. What we are doing is we are looking at the Aerozone area, which is anchored by the airport and NASA Glen, and we are looking at opportunities for economic development and the transportation infrastructure that will be required to support those economic development initiatives. This is our staff So the project area is the Aerozone. Like I said, it is anchored by the airport and NASA Glen. It extends through 9 communities in the area, so Rocky River, Fairview Park, North Olmsted, Brook Park, Berea, Middleburg Heights, a little portion of Strongsville. And we do have representatives from all of those areas on our stakeholder committee. So what is this study? So the key assets within the region, the airport, NASA, the IX Center, are not completely connected. And what we're trying to do through the study is find ways to connect them through transportation infrastructure. And that includes vehicular transit, bike ped opportunities. So what we have throughout the area is a mix of land uses. Much of the surrounding development is aging and underused. New investments could stall if they can't connect to larger shared vision. So our region's historical strength, its dense, walkable, connected centers, is at risk from continued decentralization. The Arizona's uniquely positioned to reverse that trend by stitching together assets in a way that strengthens Cleveland's urban fabric. We need to reduce the silos and create an ecosystem where infrastructure, land use, workforce, and innovation reinforce each other. So the Teddy will deliver actually a list of projects is what our final deliverable will be based on the scenarios that we have come up with. So right now, that is the portion of the project that we are in is in scenario development and analyzation of those scenarios. So we have 3 scenarios now, but this slide shows you the entirety of our project, what we've been doing. So first we looked at existing conditions. Right now we're in the projected conditions / scenarios that I was just talking about. And this shows that we are developing 3 separate scenarios, and eventually we will pick the preferred scenario. So this whole process has been structured and collaborative. It identifies challenges and defines solutions. We've brought stakeholders together, and often these stakeholders aren't used to working together, so we've been trying to get those stakeholders to engage. We've also done public engagement. We've gone out to the public twice with public meetings and gotten input. We also had a survey where we asked for public input. So what we've come up with so far is a clear picture of the existing conditions. And then what we're working towards is a district level plan grounded in land use and transportation, and that's coordinated with all of the other regional plans. So we're working towards getting a list of specific projects, policies, and partnerships that are realistic, fundable, and transformational. So this just shows you the project components. Like I said, we have finished the existing conditions. We've come up with the performance monitoring framework so we can judge the scenarios that we are developing. And then we are working towards the final recommendations report and the implementation roadmap. So the shared vision that we're developing, it's reflecting both local priorities and regional economic opportunities. And we're coming up with the portfolio of projects and strategies that aren't just ideas, but they're actionable plans with roles, timelines, and implementation pathways. So the performance measures that we've come up with, they're going to track progress over time, and they're going to help keep all of our partners aligned and focused even as circumstances change within the area. Stronger alignment with state and federal funding options is one of the reasons that we're doing this. If we have this collection of projects, then we can align them with ability to get funding from state and federal resources. So a greater sense of identity is an eventual goal as well for the cohesion of the Arizona and reinforcing the innovation and logistics hub for the region. So like I said, we have had 2 public meetings. Things that we have found out from the public meetings is really that people are very concerned about the impacts of the stadium. They're concerned about impact of the airport and the decisions that are being made there. They're very concerned about congestion and traffic safety. Those were the top 2 primary concerns. The type of businesses or amenities that many people would like to see come to the area, retail, food and beverage. Also, there's strong concern about the cost, taxes, return on investment, want to make sure that they're getting their money's worth. They desire improved transportation connections to jobs and key destinations, and that is definitely what we're working on here. So the existing conditions, we did go through historic population change, projected population change. It is projected that this area is going to decline in population. Employment also is projected to decline in the area, which is something that this Teddy study is hoping to maybe change. Current transit systems, this is information that we collected off of all of the existing sources of data. So current transit, and then the current bicycle pedestrian infrastructure as well. So our current crash history, this shows you from 2008 through 2023. There have been several fatalities in the area over the years. This is something that we would look to improving through our work. So getting to the meat of it as the scenarios that we have developed so far. There are three, one of which is more transit oriented. So the first two are less applicable to this particular council. The first is a central innovation hub concept, and that really focuses on some hubs of economic development with respect to employment. So these are employment hubs that we would hope to be supporting. So mostly air cargo, interstate system interchanges, advanced manufacturing. The stadium, of course, is on here. A maintenance cluster near the airport. The IX Center, which is under development currently. So these are, we're trying to emphasize the aerospace expertise that we have in the area. We're trying to maximize the impact of NASA in the area. And we are looking to, in this scenario, what the transportation investment might be needed in order to enhance freight access and infill some of the sidewalk and trail gaps that we see in the area. Also going to build new housing options and focus on redevelopment in this scenario, which we're calling the Central Innovation Hub. So scenario 2 is the town center model. The concept goal here is to create vibrant activity centers centered around the town thought. Growth sectors in this concept are mostly retail, hospitality, and light manufacturing. So we've got several town centers identified here in this model map: Fairview Park, the stadium, North Olmsted, and you can read the rest. So through this model, what we have found, we're trying to tailor each of these town centers to the community in which they reside. This would incorporate a lot of new trail and connections, improve streetscapes and crosswalks. And then we really do have like dispersed nodes of activities in this particular concept with some mixed use centers, new housing and shopping. So this would be the town center model scenario. So scenario 3 is the most transit focused of the 3 scenarios. And with this one, we are creating corridors of opportunity, really looking to grow light manufacturing and commercial office space. So in this particular scenario, we've got some transit corridors identified here, some bus rapid transit extension, some bus line extension, and also the red line extension. Some of this is actually in the long range plan already. And we also have identified potential TOD, transit-oriented development districts. So those are focus clusters of development that are connected by public transit. And we're really trying to incorporate that into this corridor investment scenario. So the cost of the study is not to exceed $400,748. And next steps, American Structure Point and NOACA staff will continue to provide updates to this council as the project progresses. And as I said, the final output for our study is going to be a list of proposed projects based on the preferred scenario of the three that I mentioned. So thank you for your time. This is our contact information. And are there any questions or further discussion? We are having a stakeholder committee meeting on June 2nd. So if you would like any more information or you'd like to participate in that to give your thoughts on the three scenarios, I would welcome you to get in touch with one of us and attend that.
Great, thank you, Cindy. Next is the reauthorization. What's at stake for transit, presented by Andrew Bean.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Bean. I am the Government Affairs Liaison here at NOACA. Going to talk this morning about the impact of the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill on public transit. No action is requested. This item is for information and discussion only. And there has been no previous action regarding this. So on reauthorization, for some background, every few years, Congress passes a multi-year service transportation reauthorization bill, dictates federal policy and funding for the nation's road, transit, and rail networks. The core financing mechanism is the Highway Trust Fund, which is currently predominantly fed by the federal gas tax, which is 18.4 cents per gallon. Since the gas tax has not been raised since 1993, inflation and fuel efficiency improvements have created a structural deficit where annual expenditures far outpace tax revenues. So consequently, the trust fund can't survive on its own. It requires Congress to inject billions via supplemental appropriations and transfers from the Treasury's general fund. Legislation of this size requires several congressional committees simultaneously draft specialized independent sections referred to as titles. The House, most of the work is done in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, but in the Senate, the process is fragmented. The Environment and Public Works Committee drafts the highway title. The Banking Committee handles the public transit title. The Commerce Committee manages rail and safety, and the Finance Committee holds jurisdiction over the money and tax provisions. And so once all these committees complete their work on the respective titles, they're pieced into an omnibus legislation and brought to the floor for vote. NOACA's board-approved legislative agenda includes the following priorities: increasing local control, including reaffirming the role of MPOs in developing and guiding local transportation planning priorities. What's widely referred to as Fix It First, prioritizing the maintenance of existing assets over the construction of new projects. Safety, sustainability, and multimodalism as a core part of mobility and mobility funding. And the stabilization of the Highway Trust Fund, which, as I mentioned earlier, has been at the same level since 1993. And this would be inclusive of transit. The mass transit account currently gets 2.86 cents of every 18.4 cents per gallon in gas tax. That's about 15%. And we like that to be maintained. There are a number of issues at stake as we discuss reauthorization coming off the end of the previous reauthorization bill. The Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act, also known as the IIJA. So we talked about restoring solvency to and bolstering the Highway Trust Fund, reducing the time from project award to construction. There are a lot of projects over the last several years that have been delayed through federal reviews and permitting. And in that time, their costs have gone up considerably. And sometimes, or in some cases, making those projects non-viable. And so a lot of stakeholders from across the country really want to cut down on the time from project award to beginning construction. There's also been a debate between how much federal funding should continue to go to multimodal projects like transit or active transportation, or if there should be a renewed focus on highways and bridges. And the IIJ also included a number of discretionary grants for a lot of new programs. And there's also been discussion as to whether discretionary grants are better at distributing money in a timely and equitable fashion than formula funding. From the administration's perspective, earlier this year, they announced something called the Freedom to Drive initiative, which calls on governors to identify their state's worst congestion bottlenecks and fast-track highway capacity expansions. So it emphasizes maximizing vehicle capacity on public roads by leveraging private sector partnerships and potentially recovering roadway space previously used for other modes of travel. USDOT officials late last year floated ending the mass transit account in the Highway Trust Fund, but that was shot down pretty quickly in Congress from both sides of the aisle. The chair of the most relevant House committee said that transit funding needs to be included to make the bill bipartisan, which is his ultimate goal. So the current status in Congress is that House and Senate committee leadership have expressed a desire to go back to basics. The Transportation Infrastructure Committee Chair Sam Graves of Missouri and the Environment and Public Works Chair Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia have both expressed this desire to focus more on roads and bridges than the IIJA did, with fewer discretionary grants. We've been waiting for a bill or initial bill text to come out of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. It's supposed to be any day now. It's supposed to have, we've been waiting for it for a month, but they are still working on it behind the scenes. The Senate is taking a longer time to develop their priorities. And as you know, there's a lot going on Capitol Hill right now. This reauthorization has not seemed to be a priority as it stands. And so it looks increasingly likely that the IIJ will be extended if there is no bill that it's been passed by September 30th of this year. Now, the IIJ created many new discretionary grant programs, including several that fund public transit projects, as you can see. This was done as a way for local entities to have more access to federal dollars and address specific issues in transportation requiring large investments. But this hasn't worked quite as intended, as a lot of these grants are very competitive and they require a lot of staff time both to apply for a grant and to administer the grant. So Congress is looking to move away from discretionary grants to streamline the process. NOAC has been tracking the recommendations of the American Public Transit Association as we wait for initial bill text to be available. APTA's priorities focus on maintaining the increased funding for transit in the IIJA, plus an increase to account for inflation, as well as bolstering the Highway Trust Fund and maintaining and possibly expanding the proportionally Highway Trust Fund revenue that goes to transit. NOAC will be closely watching the legislative proposals for the transit title, which will come out of the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee and the Senate Banking Committee, and educating our congressional delegation on the importance of transit as our region's transportation network, as well as the importance of policy and funding that it will allow transit to thrive and grow in the region. And on April 1st, we had NOACA Transportation Day. We had several dozen attendees come to learn more about reauthorization, how the Basics Act, which is done by a coalition of groups representing organizations that represent regions and local officials, can positively affect transportation funding for local communities. And then NOACA will continue to share updates on the legislative progress of the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill and its potential impacts to public transportation. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Maybe more of a comment. If you go back a couple slides, I do want to comment on that slide and the commentary on that. There is there are some very, very, very large transit agencies that are trying to promote the narrative that everything should be in formula. And in our region, that is a losing proposition. And within our region, because we are in a mid-sized region, I mean, when there's $2 billion of formula money and we're excited about 39 million, the transit program would have to triple for us to do as well as we have done under IIJ, not just RTA. I know Lake Tran has had significant wins. I know even in Akron Metro, they've had significant wins because IIJA. And in our region, we cannot be promoting that false narrative that that is good for us. Okay. RTA has won 2 all-station ASAP grants. We've applied for a 3rd. We're the only agency in the state eligible for that money. And that is one of the easiest grant applications to apply for. It's not a big staff thing. Yes, we were very successful on the rail replacement program. It brought in $130 million to this region and to our agency and is allowing us to replace our rail fleet. So, and the pilot program for transit-oriented development, we've gotten 3 awards for that program. And it's not that highly it's not again, we cannot in the NOACA region be promoting that formula is better.
I would like to ditto what Mr. Shipper has said. Discretionary grant programs are important for, one-time large capital investment. Lake Tran would not be able to do what we do relying solely on our formula funds. And formula funds are really important as well. It needs to be a balance between the two.
Through the chair to both council members, thank you very much for your input. It's very valuable, and this is exactly the type of feedback we're looking for, especially as we continue our discussions with our congressional delegation. Make sure that this commentary is included as we discuss reauthorization.
I will say, if we win our 3rd all-station ASAP grant, then we will have no more eligibility in the program, and then it could disappear. But that narrative for a region of our size with agencies that are very strategic about planning and prepping and working to make sure that we are eligible for these things. It's the only way that we can punch above our weight. And which we did, and which we continue to do.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right. The state fiscal year 2026 NOACA Flex Funds Transfer Status Report was included in your meetings packet. Is there any old business? Is there any new business? Seeing none, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is adjourned, or meeting is adjourned.
It's 10:30. We're going to call this meeting of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee to order. Can we stand for a moment and recite the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert Rules of Orders, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. We'll start with the approval of minutes from our February 20th, 2026 meeting. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? Motion by Tom. Any second? Second by Jim. All in favor? All opposed? Motion is approved. Has anyone signed in for public comment today? We have nobody signed in for public comment, so we'll move on to any chair or executive director report. Is there an executive director report today?
No report this morning other than to say good morning and thanks for being here.
Excellent. We'll move on to action items. There are no action items for today's meeting, so we'll move into presentation and discussion items. First up will be Ed May with the first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning reviews.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, I'm going to be presenting that item, the project planning reviews for the first quarter. There is no action being requested. This item is being presented to you for the Advisory Council's information and input. There has been no previous action regarding this item. As you know, the purpose of project review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure that the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements. So this project is being processed in accordance with the project review process. Staff has reviewed it. It's being presented to the advisory councils, the subcommittees, and committees. It will be circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation and is on our website for public review and comment. This slide helps to illustrate our process. Project planning review evaluates a proposed project in its early planning stages and assesses how it aligns with the plan. And we use project review, that is the staff and the committees use project review to evaluate projects and identify any issues or conditions to be addressed prior to amendment to the plan. The action taken at this point is the acknowledgement that the project has completed project planning review and that the project has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. This enables the project to be amended to the plan. Ultimately, the project advances to the tip with committed resources for implementation. So we have one project review summary. It's covering a multimodal transit center in the city of Painesville. And the project is included in your materials on page 11, and there are illustrations on pages 12 through 14. So I'll just go through this briefly. This slide lists the project. It's sponsored by Lake Tran. The project does involve constructing a multimodal transit center in downtown Painesville on Erie Street between Liberty Street and North St. Clair Street. This will be replacing the Julie A. Cunningham Transfer Center, which is located on North St. Clair Street by the Lake County Job and Family Services. The new facility will accommodate the number 1, 4, 5, and 9 bus routes. It will have electric bus charging and also enhanced passenger amenities such as indoor climatized waiting area, real-time signage, restrooms, improved pedestrian crossings, and bicycle facilities. Its estimated total cost is $20 million, for which Lake Tran was awarded $2 million of Ohio Transit Partnership Program flex funds, and will be providing the $16 million for construction, and then there's a $2 million for construction or project management. So workforce access is the central priority of this investment, as over half of all Lake Trans riders use Lake Tran to get to work. This would be a new multimodal transit facility that will serve as a regional workforce connector, which would link residents to high-demand employment centers and support Ohio's manufacturing competitiveness. Again, 4 of Lake Tran's local routes, the 1, 4, 5, and 9, will utilize the new transit center, connecting disparate rural and suburban communities with workforce centers such as those manufacturing clusters in Menor and in Painesville. The proposed facility will function as the eastern anchor of Lake Tran's fixed route service system, serving riders from Painesville, Madison, Fairport Harbor, and surrounding communities. The project will enhance workforce mobility across municipal boundaries and support Lake County's broader economic development strategy. This will be the site of a new stop on Go Bus. That's ODOT's rural intercity bus service intended to connect rural communities with urban centers. The gray line connects Ashtabula to Toledo. So it stops 10 stops end to end. The gray line connects multiple northern Ohio counties, including Ashtabula, Lake, Cuyahoga, Lorain, and Lucas counties. So the new transit center in Painesville would provide Go Bus riders with an improved experience, such as safe indoor climate-controlled waiting facilities, public restrooms, as well as providing access to local restaurants and businesses in downtown Painesville and connections with Lake Tran's local bus routes. The next 3 slides I have here, which are also included in your materials, are illustrations. This first slide is a site diagram showing the location in the downtown Painesville area. This is contained in your packet on page 12. Next is a rendering of the proposed terminal facility. And this is on page 14 of your packet. And then finally, there is a floor plan of the Painesville facility, which is also included in materials on page 13. So staff would forward any comments from this council to the project sponsor. The project will be presented to the Transportation Subcommittee, the Planning and Programming Committee, and Executive Committee for additional review and comment. Pending board approval, the project sponsor would be notified that their project has completed project review, and NOACA staff would then work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues that may be identified through this process. That concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Ed. Any questions or comments for Ed?
Yes. Ed, could you point out, go back to the map and point out?
I'm not sure who's speaking and I can't hear you. Oh.
Could you point out the, if you could go back to the map to where the bike
Where the accommodations are?
Yeah,
I cannot point to that specifically. I can find that out for you.
oh, okay.
And there may be something, evidence in the floor plan.
And I'm not familiar with the gray line. What is the gray line?
It's one of, I think, 10 routes throughout Ohio. And it is intended to provide access for rural and to rural areas to have connections to the urban centers, and it goes along the lakefront or the lakefront. And there, I could, yeah, and so this is just another stop along that. There's 10 altogether. It goes from I think Ashtabula all the way through to Toledo along the coast.
It's a for-profit entity or a nonprofit?
No, I think it's a nonprofit entity. It's an ODOT administered program.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ed?
When do the comments close for this?
Oh, they're open till board presentation or the day that the board takes action on it. So you're more than welcome to comment at any time.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, but will there be, by the time the board makes an action, indications on the map where the bike facilities are?
Well, certainly, I can find that out from Lake Tran.
And are we requiring, since electric bikes and other electric vehicles, is there any charging stations these days or features?
Yeah, for bicycles, you mean? I believe so, yeah, but again, I'd rather defer to the project sponsor that
Okay.
piece of
Oh, there is a
information.
vehicle charging equipment.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Looks like an indoor area, actually, yeah. Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Oh, certainly.
Next up, we'll have Cindy Peck from American Structure Point to give a presentation on the Aerozone Teddy pilot study update.
Good morning. So I'm here to talk about the Arizona Teddy pilot study, and that is the Transportation for Economic Development initiative that's happening in the Arizona area. Action requested, no action is requested. This item is for information and presentation only. There was no previous action taken on this item by the Transit Council. It's the first time it's being presented. Oops. Sorry, you're not the Transit Council. We didn't update that slide. Transportation for Economic Development Initiative pilot project kicked off in June of 2025. That is when we started working on this project. This is our staffing. Philip Roth, our project manager, is here today in case you have any specific planning questions. We are also represented here by Angie Schmidt, who is our public engagement specialist. So the Arizona is a 50 square mile area that is anchored by the airport and Nazaglen. And in this area, there are very diverse populations, very diverse land uses. And what the point of our study is try to leverage the transportation network to help support economic development. So the Cleveland region is at a kind of crossroads. Major investments in infrastructure exist. The airport, Nazaglen, and IX Center, access and coordination across the Aerozone itself, it's very fragmented. Much of the surrounding development in this area is aging or underused, and new investments may stall if they can't connect to the larger shared vision that is being developed for the Aerozone. So historically, our region's strength is a dense, walkable area with connected centers, and that's at risk because there is continued decentralization in the area. The Arizona is uniquely positioned to reverse that trend by stitching together all of these assets in a way that strengthens Cleveland's urban fabric. So what we are attempting to do is reduce silos and create an ecosystem where infrastructure, land use, workforce, and innovation reinforce each other. So what the Teddy is positioned to deliver it's been a forum for collaboration across the segments. So what we're trying to do is identify challenges and define solutions by bringing all of the stakeholders together. You know, the stakeholders that don't often work together, maybe they're working in parallel, but they're not coordinating their efforts. We're also trying to do a deep dive into the analysis of existing assets and gaps, and we have pretty much finished up our analysis of existing assets. And we are now trying to incorporate what we have existing into what we need for the future. We've also had a large public engagement push that so far has included a couple of stakeholder meetings, a couple of focus groups meetings, 2 public forums, 2 public meetings. And then we also had a survey that was up and running for an extended period of time. So we have now a clear picture of the existing conditions, of what's working, what's missing, and we have a vision of what's possible. So what we're working towards is a district level plan grounded in land use and transportation that's coordinated with NOACA's long range transportation plan and with other regional plans. And what we are working towards are specific projects, policies, and partnerships that are realistic, fundable, and transformational. So we're developing tools to align with funding so that implementation is feasible. So the essential components of our project started with the existing conditions report that is done, coming up with performance monitoring framework to make sure that we are able to evaluate what we put in place and see how it's operating. Right now, we are in the scenario and alternatives development phase. That's where we are, and working towards the final recommendation report and the implementation roadmap. So what does success look like for us? We are attempting to create a shared vision that reflects local priorities and regional economic opportunity. And then with that vision in mind, present a portfolio of projects and strategies that aren't just ideas, but they're actionable plans with roles, timelines, and implementation pathways. So the performance measures that we have developed will track that progress over time and help to keep all of the partners in the area aligned and focused, even as circumstances change. So with this stronger alignment of stakeholders, what we're hoping to do is help to align the projects that we are developing with state and federal funding opportunities. So it'll give you a better shot at securing investment from those state and federal funding opportunities for this district. So we are also going to attempt a greater sense of identity and cohesion for the Aerozone. That's kind of our final step there. So the public involvement, as I already mentioned, we have had 2 public meetings. At public meeting number 1, what we heard most was that transportation investments, land use coordination, access improvements were all important. Primary concern with respect to transportation was safety and congestion. Those were the 2 that really stood out as concerns of the public. The focus groups that we have run have really made the things that we have heard from the focus groups are that the stadium, very worried about stadium impacts, wanting to know more about airport decisions, and then just other regional policies such as high-speed rail. In the survey that we had up and running, there was a strong concern about the cost of things being done, the amount of taxes being used for these things, and the return on the investment of the public. So there were mixed perceptions about multimodal investments, especially bike infrastructure. There was some comments made about that. Also in the survey, it was a desire for improved transportation connections to jobs and to key destinations. So as you see here from one of the questions on the survey, it's what types of businesses or amenities would you like to see near your workplace? And the major one was retail, food, and beverage sites. So existing conditions, just to give you a brief overview of what we found, historic population change, we have found that the population is actually decreasing a bit in the Aerozone over time. That is the projection currently. Historic employment change from 2000 to 2025, employment has reduced in the Aerozone. And then these are maps that show the current transit system and current bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. So we can see by looking at these maps where there are kind of dead zones or a need for improvement in that infrastructure. This is a slide that shows crashes in the area with injury severity. And you can see that over time, there have been many fatalities within the Aerozone and even more serious and visible injuries. So this is something that we are working towards overall, is to improve safety in the area. So moving towards the scenarios that we have developed, and this is really the meat of why I'm here today. We are currently working on the 3 scenarios, and based on the scenarios we develop, there will be transportation infrastructure projects that we recommend from the 3 scenarios. So this is where it becomes important that we get input from the councils and our stakeholders and the public in general. So the scenarios currently stand at, this is scenario 1, which we're calling the Central Innovation Hub, where the main goal is to develop key vacant and underutilized parcels. So the growth sectors here, aerospace, manufacturing, and logistics. This really focuses on large, empty spaces within the Aerozone and how we can leverage infrastructure to help develop those. So this will really target our aerospace expertise with manufacturing and employment. It is very airport focused, and there is a node shown here near the airport for that. The transportation investment for this concept will really focus a little bit on enhanced freight access and infill of sidewalks and trails. We're going to build momentum towards creating new housing options and also focus redevelopment energy on these aerospace and transportation areas. So it does show nodes here throughout the Aerozone that would focus on certain types of infrastructure or certain types of economic development. And this is the Central Innovation Hub concept. Our second concept is the town center model. And in the town center model, we're really focusing on creating vibrant activity centers. And the growth sectors here are mostly retail, hospitality, and light manufacturing. So in this particular concept, we really do focus on making areas more walkable, pedestrian, and bicycle friendly. We're really tailoring the focus for each of the communities that we've identified here. And the transportation investment will focus on trails and connections, improved streetscapes and crosswalks. So we're really focusing here on trying to make the areas more livable, to attract more people, and hopefully the commerce that goes with that. Concept number 3 is the corridor investment one. And in this particular concept, we focus on creating corridors of opportunity. The growth sectors here are mainly light manufacturing and commercial. And in this particular concept, we are really focusing on transit-oriented development and focusing clusters of development by public transport. And the transportation investment will mostly be with new modes, line extensions, increased frequency of current transit, and then making sure that there are transit opportunities available between all major employment and residential hubs. So we've identified corridors in this particular concept that we would focus on making sure are viable for development. So the entire Teddy study, the cost is not to exceed the $414,748. And next steps, American Structure Point and NOACA staff will continue to provide updates to this council as the project progresses. I also do want to note here that we are having our stakeholder meeting at the Rocky River Nature Center on June 2nd from 2 to 4 p.m. And if any of you would like to be on hand, we are going to be doing that as a hands-on experience to really get stakeholder involvement in those three concepts I just presented. So would really like to encourage anyone here who would be interested in attending that stakeholder meeting to reach out to one of us. I am Cindy Peck. Phil Roth is also here, so are Will and Angie, and if you would like to speak with any of us after the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Any questions or comments for Cindy? Yeah, Cap?
Hi, in the town center concept model, how were those town centers determined?
So within the town center model, really there are 9 cities that are involved with Arizona. Strongsville is not entirely encompassed by the Arizona. So mainly these cities were selected by interaction at the stakeholder meetings and really just looking at how much development could occur in the areas or how built out they were.
Thank you. I just noted that the West Park CAMS area is missing, yet that might be something.
Yeah, West Park is not fully encompassed by the Aerozone.
Got it.
But if there's a portion of it that is in the Aerozone, we could definitely look at it, including that.
Thank you.
Could you back up to the, I guess it's your first map, that just shows the gray area of the
Oh,
Arizona?
just the entire
Yeah.
Aerozone area.
Yeah. Here you go. I guess I just want to make this comment, especially coming off of the American Planning Association conference yesterday out in Independence, that you give strong consideration. I see there's references to Metro Parks, but certainly this area is very, the Emerald Necklace, the Rocky River Nature Center. I guess I only ask, and I guess Ed, back up a little bit to Tom's comment about the Lake Tran, is that it'd be probably, considering the investment that NOACA made in the Regional Metro Parks Trail Connectivity Study, which is more than just connecting metro parks. It was also a very large scale study relative to economic development, connectivity, getting people to and from, all of that. So I only ask, I guess, and I think you guys are considering it, but I just want to emphasize, make sure you take a hard look at that NOACA Regional Trails study.
Thank you. And we do have that, and we incorporated information from it into what we've done so far, but thank you
Excellent.
for that comment.
Thank you.
Any additional? Yeah, John?
So in your town center model, again,
Oop.
we show trails,
Sorry if I'm making anyone sick. Okay.
right? The existing trails are in green and the planned trails are in the dotted green line. And obviously, at some point, some of those trails are going to have to, with it being as developed as it already is, cross over private property. And as you go around doing your engagement sessions and you poll the public for their support, are you going to be explaining those potential impacts as they make their decision whether they support the projects or not?
Yes, we aren't at the specific project level right now. We're more at the scenario concept level, but yes, we do talk about impacts that are happening based on what we are showing in the drawings.
Okay, I just want to stress the importance of, as people determine, again, their levels of support, that they're informed as to the impacts that could be happening on their own private property and in their neighborhoods. I think that that's important and it's the responsible thing to do. So thank you.
Jim?
Hi, thank you. Could you repeat the time and date again for the upcoming public meeting?
Let me double check that I'm saying it right. It's June 2nd, 2 to 4? June 2nd from 2 to 4 p.m.
Rocky River Nature Center.
Rocky River Nature
Okay,
Center.
Thank you.
Please do reach out to one of us and let us know you're coming, only because if too many people show up, we just need to use a different room than we're planning on using, so.
Yeah, Tom?
Actually, it's interesting that someone brought up the West Park area. It does seem to be on the fringe, but if you were at Cleveland Hopkins Airport and you wanted to go get lunch, you wouldn't go to Rocky River Town Center, Fairview Town Center, Middleburg Town Center. You would go to CAMS. CAMS is probably the closest, and West Park is the suburb in the city. That area at Rocky River in Lorraine was where you would go. And airport employees know it, that's where you would go. So I think you really should, incorporate that area there. I happen to know that the CAMS area is planning to try to cash in on the stadium development as shuttling down to the airport. You go to CAMS and then you head down to the stadium. That's what their plan is. So anyways, I would include that. The other is over the years, the I-71, the railroad and Hopkins International Airport visually is very unattractive. And there's been talk about trying to make it, when you get off the airplane, that many airports have something where they use the off-ramps or the infrastructure-related grassy areas as some kind of a welcoming area. It is not welcoming on the way in. It is not welcoming on the way out. There is going to be a lot of visitors in that area. There really should be, as part of the infrastructure, something that enhances it. I mean, this is a very common thing now. When you go down the I-71 corridor, the entrances and exits, most of the communities now are putting something on replacing the fencing with something more attractive, the city's name, possibly landscaping it, more attractive signage. But this is, the most visited area in Cleveland, and there is no serious effort to really sort of re-landscaping that as a welcoming area for the many visitors that go through it. Just drive it, and it's just, a sea of asphalt, overhead power lines, railroad tracks, and a confusing series of off-ramps. And lastly, if that comment wasn't enough to chew on, the age of the population of the inner ring suburbs is a problem. Not a problem, it's something that we have to recognize. And the people that are using it, that's aging. And the population, when you showed those earlier maps, if you looked at the average age of the population in that same area that actually live in it, it's getting older. And the infrastructure really should reflect trying to serve that area, a population. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
Any additional? Yeah.
Sorry, I had one other comment. Have there been any health impact studies associated with any of this planning? A sort of, health-related data or health impact assessment considered?
That is not included in the TEDI, no.
Okay. Speaking from the public health perspective, as it relates to planning, transportation, quality of life, I think that is an oversight. And I would encourage some sort of health-related, public health, local government-related stakeholders to be involved.
Thank you for your input.
Any additional comments or discussion? Seeing none. Thanks, Cindy.
Jacob, can I?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Cindy. Jim has one,
Sorry.
Jim Zimnick has one more
I
question.
didn't
I
mean to
apologize.
do that. But you made a comment during your presentation, I think you had it in quotes about, there were some questions about bike infrastructure or the investment or the costs. Would you be able to expound upon that?
So when we had the survey up, there was a comment made about the money spent on bike infrastructure. It's just means a person made that comment. It's just another reminder to make sure that your voices are heard.
All right, we'll make sure we get some people at Rocky River. You might need that larger room, I think, then. Next up, we have Sam Schweikert with Bike Neo app update.
Good morning, Council. Sam Schweikert here, and I will be presenting the Bike Neo app update. No action is being requested at this time. This item is for information and presentation only. However, council members are encouraged to contact us if they wish to be included as a Bike Neo beta tester. There is no previous action. In December of 2024, NOACA contracted with Terra Plan to develop an interactive application that will enable users to conduct bike trip planning on a desktop computer or mobile device. So up until now, our working app has included an interactive bike network map searching, so including destination names, address, coordinates, different map layers like level of traffic stress, trails and paths, rail lines and stations, bike shops, campgrounds, trailheads, and bike repair shops. And then some new updates are that we have decided with the routing method that we are only doing door-to-door routing, which I will talk about here in a few slides. And then we have also introduced a route finding function that will increase adaptability and versatility of kind of how the route is tailored to the user, which I will also be talking about. So just kind of a reminder, when we, a few meetings ago, when we were comparing door-to-door routing to this neighborhood-to-neighborhood routing, the difference between this was that the door-to-door routes the user from the current or selected address and then takes you to your desired destination or address. The user can enter a name, an address, or you can just choose to use the current location. The neighborhood-to-neighborhood routing method was routing users from the current or selected neighborhood, which we were using transportation analysis zones, which are generally the size of a neighborhood. So this routing method was taking people from the centroid of the neighborhood that you are in and taking you to the centroid of the neighborhood that you wanted to go to. And this route begins and ends at that centroid, regardless of where you are in that neighborhood. And there was also a maximum trip distance capped at 5 miles for the neighborhood-to-neighborhood routing option. So with all that being said, we have decided to remove the neighborhood-to-neighborhood routing method, and for different reasons, just to kind of streamline the user experience and eliminate another option that the user has to kind of choose between when getting started. And then this is just also more in alignment with Google Maps, Apple Maps, and kind of what people are accustomed to seeing and using. And we kind of just really want to be as close in line to that. And then also the door-to-door method can essentially be used for a similar experience than the neighborhood-to-neighborhood method was providing. If you're new to the area, you don't really know where you're going, you just want to go to a general neighborhood, you can just, for the destination, you can just click in the middle of that neighborhood, and that's essentially doing the same thing as what the neighborhood method was doing by taking you to the centroid. And this was also based off feedback that we received from the survey that we distributed in February. And then in regard to map content, bike facilities, we hear you. We are working on updating our bike facilities so that we can have more detail in the app, where our separated bike lanes versus all-purpose trail versus two-way cycle track. But being the regional MPO, we want this data to be representative and accurate of the whole NOACA region, kind of at the same time. We don't just want one, we don't just want one county to have much more updated bike facility information on the app than other counties. For example, Cuyahoga. So we are currently working to incorporate Cuyahoga County's bike network into our own bike network and our naming function and definitions. And then we're also currently working to better understand in regard to bike facility, what has been built in communities in the outer counties. A lot of times, you know, we're aware of construction of projects or projects being in early phases, but sometimes we're not always aware that, you know, that trail has opened, or yes, that has been built and is completed and people are using it. And that's sometimes a little more challenging, just knowing exactly what is out there and on the ground and built in the outer counties. So we're working hard on that. And then some of the data that people would like to see on the maps, we think would be easier to crowdsource, as it can be kind of difficult to find some of these smaller data, such as bike parking and public water filling stations. We totally agree that that's a valuable that's valuable to have on a map and know where it is, especially if you're planning a long route and you are going to need to stop for water, or you plan on stopping along your bike ride and would like to know where you can safely park your bike. So we are not exactly sure how that would work at this time, but that's some data that we'd likely try to crowdsource and kind of hear from you guys and kind of have a collective list. And then in general, we're also kind of trying to stay away from private establishments, although we understand the value of that. But just like coffee shops and restaurants, it's kind of hard to know where to draw the line of what to include, what to not, and we don't really want to be kind of promoting certain private businesses over others. And then also, we'd like to, in regard to points of interest across the region, we'd like to include in the app photos, even videos of kind of cool views and attractions that you can see from a trail or a bike lane or bike facility, and kind of help promote and kind of show people what they're missing out on for folks that aren't normally out riding their bike. You know, for a cool example would be the view from Towpath Trail looking out over the Industrial Valley, or the North Coast Inland Rail Trail out in Lorain County, and or just some cool views and things that are accessible from trails. So we're just kind of trying to collect different photos that can kind of just highlight kind of what this app is helping people access. And now Rob will give us a live demonstration of the current working app.
Thank you, Sam.
Sorry. Is that the maximize?
So this is what you see when you first navigate to the web page. I'm picking a route that will display what some issues are that we've identified, and then Sam will show you how we are working to fix that. First, I'll turn on these LTS layers. The latest version of this has these parking lot lines filtered out, but they haven't propagated to the website yet. But let's pick a low LTS. And pick our origin. Let's go over to Dave's Market in Slavic Village. Select get route. And you can see that despite having selected LTS2, we're sent over a very direct route. Now you can kind of see that maybe you could go a much longer way around and not have to deal with so many LTS 3 or 4 roads. But there are no routes that will actually just stick to LTS 1 and 2. So there's kind of a trade-off that has to be made of, does the app just refuse to give you the route, or will it give you a more direct route, or is there a tolerance to driving around or riding around much longer distances? So if I switch the LTS to LTS 4, it just gives me the same thing. And here you can see it, there's the step-by-step directions, but there's no option really to, in the current iteration, to say that you will tolerate a longer distance to have a lower stress ride. So Sam will show you what we're doing about that.
Thank you, Rob. Okay. Thank you, Rob. Okay. So as Rob touched on, there is a problem encountered with how strictly to follow a user's LTS preference. If it's set to follow the LTS preference very strictly, the route may possibly fail because there may not be enough of that lower stress network available to get you to where you want to go. So it kind of touches on this relationship of stress versus travel time and distance. A higher stress route oftentimes means a shorter travel time and shorter distance, while a lower stress route usually longer travel distance and time. So a decision was made to allow users to pick distance tolerance on top of their LTS preference. While this does increase complexity, it acknowledges the differences in individuals and use cases. LTS preference versus distance tolerance. So a rider may wish to stay on a lower LTS for a greater percentage of that trip to increase comfort, even though that it adds distance. Or a rider may tolerate a higher LTS for a greater percentage of the trip to decrease travel time and distance. Everyone's different. And according to ODOT's multimodal design guide, bike riders are on average willing to consider alternate or parallel routes up to about 30% longer than the most direct route. So one size does not fit all. In this image here, you can see there are the 3 different colored lines. There's that teal color, purple, and yellow. And the teal color is the most comfortable route, the lower level of traffic stress of those 3 routes. And you can see that that teal route is the longest route, the most indirect one. And then LTS 3, as you're getting slightly more comfortable, you can see the purple route is still not the most direct, but it's more direct than the teal color. And then the LTS 4, which is the yellow, that is the most direct route, most stressful. And you can just, this image helps kind of, it allows you to understand the difference in what that route might look like as you change between LTS. And then for distance tolerance variability, the LTS preference is 2 for each of the 3 routes here, but the distance tolerance is adjusted between low, medium, and high. A user with a high tolerance for a longer trip is provided a much longer route to travel, yet has a very small distance along that route that they must travel on road segments with LTS 3 or 4. Next steps, the project team will provide updates as app development nears completion. Council members should contact us to be beta testing volunteers. And it is expected that after further algorithm development and a thorough beta testing and feedback process, Bike Neo will be ready for public use in early fall 2026. And one final thing I did forget to add is that we do intend to have a permanent function within the app for users to interactively provide feedback. That feedback would be tied to a location, so such as dropping a pin and a comment being associated with that pin or something along the lines of that, or you can select the road segment you're on or something, but that it would really tie your comment to where you are and we can kind of look at it. And, you know, this application is for, you know, it's for you guys, it's for the region. So we really value that feedback from you. And that is all I have. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
My question is, you know, on any given day, I might be in a hurry to get somewhere and willing to take the stress, and on a Saturday, I might want to take the long route. Is it the same way, sort of like on Google, where it's like, here's your 3 options you can choose from and decide on that?
Yeah, that's kind of what we're trying to get it to. So like, yeah, so it's easy to, if you just want the most direct route, it'll just give you that. But if you're not in a rush and you would like a much more comfortable route, there would be probably a much different looking route for that. And that's kind of exactly the use case we're talking about. You know, a lot of times weekend biking doesn't really look like week biking. So.
And if you, it would tell me when I looked at it, this one will take you 25 minutes and this one will take you an hour before I make my decision.
Yes. Yeah, it does get, yeah.
Sam, I do have one question, Sam, on if you could go back a couple slides to where you were showing that one right there, yeah. I live in this neighborhood, so I'm just curious if there's a way within the app's functionality. So the teal line, that road, before it goes across Harvard Dennison, adjacent to that road, there's a trail called the Treadway Creek Trail that would be a little bit more comfortable for folks that are coming down. So I'm curious, within the functionality, is there a way to like prioritize trails? And I'm also just curious why it didn't send you to that trail in the first place for level of traffic stress too.
I'll take that one. There is a way to do that. It's not super easy to automate. That kind of requires some tweaking. So hopefully in the beta test process, we get some of that feedback and then we can incorporate those elements to have some local knowledge and yeah,
Cool.
that's that.
First feedback point received.
Thank you.
Jim?
Yeah, question for Sam. Thanks for the County Greenway shout out. We always appreciate that. And, you know, we've been coordinating data and mapping, but if, you know, I was thinking about your comment about reaching out more to the outer counties to see what's been built. Happy to meet with you and your team to go over our facility editor tool that we use to reach out to all 59 communities and public agencies here to show us what's been built so that we could keep our
Yeah.
database fresh.
That would be great. Thank you, Jim. Yeah.
Yes. I had when you go to do a route and say we use Google as an example, it throws the blue line on it. You no longer see the level of stress, or will it be very apparent where it overlaps? Say you chose level of stress 2, but there is only a section where you do have to ride on 3. Is it very apparent where it switches? Say you want to take your kids out, you immediately look at the map and you're like, oh, level of stress 2, I'm good. But then you get there and it's 3.
Yeah, I believe it would tell you that you would be having to cross over onto 3 or 4 level LTS. I'm not, Rob, I don't know exactly how abrupt soon it would.
There are different ways to go about that, but it's kind of complicated, and I don't know if the first release of the app is going to make it really, really easy to see where you're transitioning from one to the other. But eventually, I hope that we can make that more obvious.
Thank you, though. Yeah, that is definitely something for us to work towards.
Any additional questions or comments?
So forgive my ignorance here. Is this a turn-by-turn kind of thing, or is this just a plan your route?
It is just planning your route.
Okay.
There were just a lot of intricacies with not really wanting to expect riders to be looking down at their phone or having earbuds in and such. So
So they would plan it in advance, and then they would kind of have to look for their turns or their moves as they went along. They'd be able to look at this along the way if they had to take a break and reference it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess as we look at these, there's going to be trails and there's going to be surface road riding as well. Will there be any kind of overlay to kind of show like speed limits, stuff like that? I've seen some of the e-bikes and stuff kind of traveling like over 40 miles an hour and seeing kids and adults actually running into problems, getting pulled over.
Yeah, so speed limit is a major factor in level of traffic stress. So, very low LTS, like LTS 1 and 2 is typically like speed limit of 25, 30. And LTS 4 is probably like 55, 45 mile per hour roads. But I don't think, that's just a factor baked into the LTS.
I guess what I'm looking for is some kind of notification so that the user knows, right?
The user knows the speed limit of the road they're on.
Right.
Right now, it does not directly tell the user, but like I said, you have an idea of a fairly tight range of the speed limits you'll be seeing by the LTS you choose.
Okay. I just know that there's probably going to be some 25 mile an hour zones and 35 mile an hour. And those are really the only ones that we're probably worried about, right? There's someone doing 35 and a 25 as far as the legal standpoint of it. That's all, right? So people are educated. And the only other thing that I would recommend, if it's not part of it already, is a feature that exists to kind of go over the laws and safety as well.
Yes, we do have, one of our layers is bike tips, and it includes like we have bike laws, safety tips, parking tips, how to appropriately ride in different bike facilities, how to turn and such. So we do have a lot of instructional and safety related information being included.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Say you're in there and you missed a turn. Is like your GPS location going to be able to be shown on the map, like so in case you get lost or something?
That is a good question.
Not as of now. It's not really designed to be used live other than you would have to kind of stop and assess what's going on by looking.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I was just thinking like, maybe you're like, all right, I know where I'm going. And then you go and you're like, I've never seen this before and I don't know where I'm at. It'd be nice to be able to look down and, have your little blue dot and see where you are.
Yeah, no, but that's a good point though. Thank you.
I did just want to add one comment to John's question in that Ohio Revised Code defines e-bikes up to 28 miles per hour. So if you're seeing people on e-motos going 40, those are technically supposed to be licensed, registered, and not be on multipurpose trails on road only. So for the listening public, when you're purchasing your kid an e-bike, make sure you're actually purchasing them an e-bike, not an e-moto.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Sam?
Not a comment, but a question. Just wanted to say thank you for this. We've distributed the paper waterproof bike maps for years, and I do think that this will be a welcome upgrade. So thanks for your work on this.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Sam. Next up, Andrew Bean to talk about reauthorization and what's at stake for active transportation.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Bean, Government Affairs Liaison here at NOACA. Here to talk about the upcoming service transportation reauthorization and its impacts on active transportation. No action is requested. This item is for information and discussion, and there has been no previous action. So every few years, Congress passes a multi-year surface transportation reauthorization bill to dictate federal policy and funding for the nation's roads, transit, and rail networks. Core financing mechanism is the Highway Trust Fund, which is predominantly fed by the federal gas tax, currently 18.4 cents per gallon. Or since the gas tax has not been raised since 1993, and there's been inflation and fuel efficiency increases since then, there's a large structural deficit where annual expenditures outpace tax revenues, and the trust fund needs to be supplemented by additional appropriations from Congress and supplemental transfers from the Treasury General Fund. So this legislation requires several congressional committees to simultaneously draft specialized sections called titles. The House, most of the work is done through the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. In the Senate, the process is more fragmented. The Environment and Public Works Committee handles the highway title. The Banking Committee handles the public transit title. The Commerce Committee manages rail and safety. The Finance Committee has jurisdiction over taxation. Then once these committees finish their work, they are combined into an omnibus package that is brought to the floor of the House and the Senate for votes. So NOACA's board-approved legislative agenda includes the following priorities: increasing local control, including reaffirming the role of NPOs in developing and guiding local transportation planning policy priorities. The what's called fix it first philosophy of prioritizing the maintenance of existing assets before constructing new projects. Promoting safety, sustainability, and multimodalism in planning and funding. And stabilizing the Highway Trust Fund inclusive of transit. There is a mass transit account, has been there since the early 1980s, where 2.86 cents of the 18.4 cents per gallon, or roughly 15% of the gas tax goes to the mass transit account. And so we think that to be maintained. There are a number of issues that have been discussed as the relevant committees and committee members in the House and Senate start to put together the reauthorization. That includes long-term solvency for the Highway Transportation Trust Fund, expediting project delivery, streamlining permitting, and and review from federal bodies so that projects get shovels in the ground faster. I know that's been a major issue over the last few years where projects have been spending several years in review, and inflation has caused costs to go up, sometimes to the point where projects become non-viable. There's been a long-running debate between multimodalism, or a focus on highways and roads, discretionary grants versus formula funds. The current Service Transportation Bill, the IIJA Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, has had a focus on discretionary grants. Some would like to see a return to more formula spending instead of discretionary programs. And then there's also continued support for EV infrastructure and how to improve safety across modes. I think most members are in agreement as to wanting to emphasize safety, but they have different points of emphasis within that topic. From the administration's perspective, earlier this year, USDOT and Secretary Duffy introduced the Freedom to Drive initiative that calls on US governors to identify their state's worst congestion bottlenecks to fast track highway capacity expansions. It emphasizes maximizing vehicle capacity on public roads by leveraging private sector partnerships, innovative technologies, and potentially recovering roadway space previously used for other modes of travel. So the current status in Congress, House and Senate committee leadership have expressed a desire to return, quote unquote, back to basics. House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Chair Sam Graves of Missouri and Senate Environment and Public Works Chair Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia want to have a more traditional transportation reauthorization with fewer discretionary grant programs and more of a focus on highways and bridges. Initial bill text is expected imminently from the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, but current reports suggest that the Senate is taking its time and that preliminary bill text won't be available until later in the summer or possibly even after that. As you might be aware, there is a lot going on in Washington and on Capitol Hill right now. And so this reauthorization has fallen down the priority list, and there is an increasingly high likelihood that a new bill will not be passed before the September 30th deadline, and the current IIJA will need to be extended until a new bill can be passed. Mentioned discretionary grants earlier. The IIJA created a number of discretionary grant programs as a way for local entities to have more access to federal dollars, as well as address specific issues in transportation requiring large capital investments. For some, this has not worked as smoothly as intended, as grants can be very competitive and require staff time to write and administer. Although, as we did hear in our transit committee earlier today, our local transit agencies have found the abundance of discretionary grants to be in their favor. Lake Tran and GCRTA have been quite successful in winning grants under the IIJA over the last several years. But the relevant committee chairs in Congress have expressed a desire to move away from discretionary grant programs to streamline the process and reduce overall costs, directing more formula dollars to states. Now, if Congress shifts funding from discretionary programs without requiring sub-allocations to regions, then that means that local governments and regional serving entities could lose access to funding that was previously available to them under the IIJA. In light of that, a coalition called Local Officials in Transportation has proposed a bill called the Basics Act to maintain access for local and regional serving entities to federal transportation funding. It is a marker bill, which means that it is not meant as a standalone bill, but ultimately to be folded into a larger piece of legislation, in this case, the Surface Transportation Reauthorization. It is sponsored by Kristen McDonald-Rivet, Democrat of Michigan, and Rob Bresnahan, Republican of Pennsylvania. So the Basics Act is a bipartisan proposal to preserve local and regional access to funding at IIJ levels while also increasing formula funding to states. This increases funding available through formula programs to both localities and the states. There'd be new formula programs created to give regions stable and predictable access to federal funding. There'd be one for bridges, and there would be another to make Safe Streets and Roads for All a permanent formula-funded program. It would also significantly increase the amount of funding available for planning and for the Highway Safety Improvement Program. For our part, NOACA hosted Transportation Day on April 1st to educate our local officials on the Basics Act and what it could mean for their communities. We had speakers from AMPO, the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, National Association of Regional Councils, National Association of Counties, and the National League of Cities. We also had Representative Chantel Brown come and speak to the assembled audience and urge them to reach out to their members of Congress to advocate for their interests. The NOACA board will vote on a resolution of support for the Basics Act at the June board meeting. So for bike ped funding, the Basics Act gives MPOs, like NOACA, increased funding and flexibility for multimodal projects. And it avoids the jump ball approach, as we like to call it, where communities are required to develop highly complex grant applications, sometimes including having to hire consultants or lobbyists, only to be competing in a very competitive environment from applications all across the nation, and having selections to be ultimately made by USDOT staff in DC who are unfamiliar with our region and our region's priorities. The Basics Act harkens back to the reason that MPOs were created in the first place. Local elected officials serving on an MPO board know what's best for their region. So NOACA will continue to share updates on the legislative process of the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill and its potential impacts to active transportation. We'll be glad to take any questions.
Thanks, Andrew. I do have a question. The Basics Act, you mentioned it would preserve IIJ funding levels. Does it also keep the discretionary grant programs separate, or does it fold all of that funding into like a formula?
So yeah, it would maintain the IIJ funding levels, but its sponsors are making the assumption that the amount of, or the number of discretionary grant funding programs would be significantly curtailed. And so this is their way of preserving local access to federal dollars for a number of priorities in the case that that mostly discretionary, or at least the new discretionary programs that were introduced in the IIJA are rolled back in the subsequent reauthorization.
So it's an approach to keep that funding available for similar projects, but controlled by the MPO through a formula.
Yes.
I just wanted to highlight the, the rhetoric coming out of DC around the federal transportation bill is very alarming. Donald Trump's proposed 2027 budget eliminates the build, formerly raised program. And I think these past few years with IIJ have been pretty transformational for our region. And Safe Streets and Roads for All alone, 10 awards, almost $9 million. And I think that's funding that we wouldn't get under a formula program. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to continue to watch and listen to these discussions and ensure that, these programs that help benefit our transportation system here are stayed intact as much as we can. I also wanted to express concerns about the Freedom to Drive initiative. This idea is basically obliterating FHWA's safety countermeasures, saying that, road diets aren't needed. We need capacity on the road. We don't need separated bike lanes. But there's research behind those safety countermeasures and why they're made safety countermeasures. And I think we shouldn't let this federal transportation reauthorization bill kind of set us back decades in the way that our streets are looking. And I think we as communities and advocates need to push back on that. So, any other comments or questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Next on the agenda, reports or updates. Are there any reports or updates? Hearing none. Jim Sonnenhalter.
Didn't press the button here fast enough. Two updates. As many of you know, through your involvement, we're going to be concluding our work with the Cuyahoga Greenways update by the end of June. And Liz would hope to talk to you about doing a presentation to this group for the August meeting. Secondly, county planning executed its SS4A contract on April 1st, and we're looking to issue an RFQ early to mid-June.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks, Jim. Next agenda item, is there any old business? Seeing none, we'll move on to any new business. Is there any new business? Seeing none, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by John, any second? Motion by Ariel. All in favor of adjourning the meeting? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thanks, everybody.
In compliance with the notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member will not participate in any discussions on the matter for which the conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the buttons on top of them. As we do not currently have a quorum, we will not be voting on the minutes as of now. We will try to circle back to it later in the meeting. Has anyone signed in to speak today? There being none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
No, just good afternoon and thank you all for being here.
There are no action items for today's meeting. Next, we move on to the presentations. The first matter is Ed May is going to speak on the multimodal transit center in Painesville.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be covering the first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning reviews. There's no action being requested here. This is just an item that is being presented to this advisory council for information and input. There's been no previous action regarding this item either. As you know, project review, its purpose is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make certain that the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements. The proposed project is being processed in accordance with our project planning review process. The project's been reviewed by staff, is being presented to the advisory councils, subcommittees, and committees. Will be circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation and is posted on our website for public review and comment. This slide illustrates our process. Project planning review evaluates a proposed project in its early planning stages and assesses how it aligns with our plan. The staff uses project planning review, as do the committees, to evaluate projects and identify any issues or conditions to be addressed prior to its amendment to the plan. The action taken at the PPR stage of this process is acknowledgement that the project has completed project review and that it's fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. So this enables the project to be amended to our plan, and ultimately the project would advance to the TIP with committed resources for implementation. We have one project review summary. It's covering a multimodal transit center in Painesville. The project is concluded in your materials on page 8. There's a summary on page 8 and with illustrations on pages 9 through 11. And I'll run through it here. This slide lists the project sponsored by Lake Tran. The project involves constructing a multimodal transit center in downtown Painesville, located on East Erie Street, and that's between Liberty Street and North St. Clair Street. It will replace the Julie E. Cunningham Transfer Center, which is currently located on North St. Clair Street. The new facility will accommodate the routes 1, 4, 5, and 9. It will have electric bus charging and enhanced passenger amenities such as indoor climatized waiting areas, real-time signage, restrooms, improved pedestrian crossings, and bicycle facilities. Its estimated total cost is $20 million, for which Lake Tran was awarded $2 million in Ohio Transit Partnership Program funding. They will provide the 16 million for construction, and then there's a $2 million for project management. Now, the workforce access is central to this investment, as over half of all Lake Tran riders use Lake Tran to get to work. So this new multimodal transit facility will serve as a regional workforce connector, which will link residents to high-demand employment centers and support Ohio's manufacturing competitiveness. 4 of Lake Tran's 10 local routes, again, 1, 4, 5, and 9, will utilize the new transit center, connecting disparate rural and suburban communities with workforce centers, such as manufacturing clusters located in Mentor and Paynesville. So the proposed facility will function as the eastern anchor of Lake Tran's fixed route system, serving riders from Paynesville, Madison, Fairport Harbor, and surrounding communities. The project will enhance workforce mobility across municipal boundaries and support Lake County's broader economic development strategy. So this Paynesville is the site of a new stop on Go Bus, that's ODOT's rural intercity bus service, designed to connect rural communities with urban centers. Go Bus is administered by Hocking Athens Perry Community Action Program. It's managed in coordination with ODOT and operated by Barron's Bus Lines. Go Bus operates multiple routes across Ohio with hubs in Athens, Columbus, and Toledo. The gray line is one of 9 routes across Ohio. This one connects Ashtabula and Toledo. So with 10 stops end to end, the gray line connects multiple northern Ohio counties, including Ashtabula, Lake, Cuyahoga, Lorain, and Lucas counties. So a new transit center in Paynesville will provide Go Bus riders with an improved experience, such as safe indoor climatized control, waiting facilities, and also public restrooms, as well as access to local restaurants and businesses in downtown Paynesville, and connections with Lake Tran's local bus routes. So the next 3 slides, these are also contained in your materials, are just illustrations. This first slide here is a site diagram showing you the location in downtown Paynesville. Again, this is in the packet on page 9. That little blue rectangle there is the location. The next slide here is just a rendering of the proposed terminal facility. This is on page 11 in your packet. And then finally is a floor plan of the Paynesville terminal, and this is contained in your packet on page 10. So next steps, staff would forward any comments from this council to the project sponsor. This project will be presented to the Transportation Subcommittee, the Planning and Programming Committee, and the Executive Committee for additional review and comment. Pending board approval, the project sponsor would be notified that their project has completed project planning review. NOACA staff would then work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues that may have been identified during this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. May?
This is half of all Lake Tran riders. How many Lake Tran riders are there? You know?
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say. I can find that out for you.
Is there any money involved in this project to remove the old Cunningham transit stop, or is this strictly just the new building?
I'm afraid I only caught portions of what you just said. Could you speak directly into the mic, please?
I was wondering if the project included removal of the existing transit stop, or if it's just the building that they're going to use this funding for.
This would be just the building. The existing stop is really, I think, a couple of shelters that are located on North St. Clair Street. Maybe a little bit of enhanced transit stops, but I think this will be above and beyond that. But I can confer with Lake Tran, the project sponsor, to get further clarification on that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. May.
Thank you.
Our next presentation, Cindy Peck of American Structure Point is going to speak about the Aerozone TEDI pilot study update.
Good afternoon. For this presentation, no action is requested. This information is for information and presentation only. There was no previous action. This is the first time this study is being presented to the council. So the background is that the Transportation for Economic Development Initiative study was kicked off in June of 2025. This is our project team. Phil Roth, the project manager, is present today, as is Angie Schmidt, our public engagement specialist. So the project overview, a Transportation for Economic Development Initiative study is what we are doing, and the location is the Aerozone, which is the 50 square miles anchored by the airport, the IX Center, Nazaglen, and those areas. So what is this study and what are the region's challenges? Cleveland region, it's at a crossroads. While major investments in infrastructure exist, like the airport, Nazaglen, the IX Center, access and coordination across the area is very fragmented. Much of the surrounding development is aging or underused, and new investments could stall if they can't connect to the larger and shared vision of the area. The historic strength of this region, it's dense, walkable, connected centers, and it's at risk because of the continued decentralization. The Aerozone is uniquely positioned to reverse that trend by stitching together assets in a way that strengthens Cleveland's urban fabric. To do this, we need to eliminate silos and create an ecosystem where infrastructure, land use, workforce, and innovation reinforce each other. And in order to do that, we need to get the stakeholders on board with working across geographic boundaries. So why are we doing this study? It's to take advantage of opportunities that could be missed if this coordination was not completed. And we want to re-anchor the growth in the Aerozone in order to progress forward and increase opportunities for jobs and also increase population and livability. So what will the TEDI deliver? Well, the TEDI is a collaborative process across many sectors. And what we're trying to do is do a deep dive. Well, what we did is a deep dive into existing infrastructure and then analysis of what gaps we have and what assets we will need going forward. The delivery of the TEDI will be a realistic plan with projects and priorities provided that are buildable and feasible. Throughout this process, community voice is very important, and we are striving for robust engagement. And we're providing tools to align with funding sources so that implementation is possible. So this structured collaborative process is identifying challenges and then defining solutions to them. And to do this, we are trying to bring stakeholders together. And these stakeholders often work in parallel, but not necessarily together. So we are trying to coordinate effort across the different stakeholders. Public engagement for this, we are trying to meet people where they are. We're having a number of focus groups. We've done an online survey. We plan to have an online public meeting. We have had 2 in-person ones. We have a clear picture right now of existing conditions about what's working and what's missing. And we're creating the vision of what's possible at this point. So our end goal here is a list of specific projects, policies, and partnerships that are realistic, fundable, and transformational. So this is just a list of our project components. We started with the existing conditions report, continued with the performance monitoring framework. So going forward, we'll have the ability to actually kind of grade what it is we're coming up with. Right now, we are in the scenario and alternatives evaluation process for creating the scenarios and the projects that go along with them. And then we'll end with the final recommendations report and an implementation roadmap. So what is success? So at the end of this process, what will a successful project look like? It's going to look like a shared vision that reflects both local priorities and regional economic opportunity. So we will be providing transportation infrastructure ideas, projects that will support regional economic growth. So the portfolio of projects and strategies won't just be ideas, they'll be actionable plans with roles, timelines, and implementation pathways. We'll utilize the performance measures that we have created to track progress over time and help keep all of our partners aligned and focused, even as circumstances change. Now, with this stronger alignment with state and federal funding priorities, it'll give us a better shot at how to secure investment throughout the district. And creating a greater sense of identity and cohesion for the Arizona, we are hoping will assist the partners that we have, the stakeholders, to reinforce innovation and create a logistics hub for the region. So public involvement that we have had thus far, we've had 2 public meetings. At our first one, really kind of focused on transportation investments, land use coordination, access improvements. Really heard especially a lot at that first public meeting about the Brown Stadium, just because about when we had it in relation to what was going on at the time. But on the screen, you see one of our survey questions, and the primary concern with respect to transportation in your area. You can see that safety and congestion were the 2 highest concerns of the public that answered these questions, followed up by lack of public transportation. So other things that we heard in the survey were concerns about cost, taxes, return on investment, mixed perceptions about multimodal investments, and desire for improved transportation connections to jobs and key destinations. So what types of businesses or amenities would you like to see near your workplace? You can see the variety of responses we received to that. The existing conditions deep dive we collected studies and other, I can't think of the word I'm trying to find, but we collected ones that have already been done so that we weren't reinventing the wheel. So we spent some time at the very beginning looking through the data that has been mined, the conditions reports that have been completed, and the future planning that has been done by other entities throughout the Arizona area. And we incorporated that into our existing conditions, and we're using the long-range plans from all of the different entities as we go forward in our scenarios. But what the existing conditions show us is that from 2000 to 2025, there was a population drop within the Arizona area. It also showed us that in that time frame, there was also an employment job. The number of jobs in the area actually reduced somewhat. And what we are trying to do with this study is to improve that situation. The existing conditions also showed the current transit system, current bicycle pedestrian infrastructure, and in showing the current conditions shows the gaps. And of interest to the Safety Council will be this slide on crashes. There are many fatalities, serious injuries, and visible injuries within the Arizona area. And we, of course, will focus on that with any planned projects going forward, is to help increase the safety of the traveling public. So what we have been most recently working on are the 3 scenarios. So the first of the scenarios is the Central Innovation Hub scenario. And in this one, the basic goal is to develop key vacant and underutilized parcels throughout the Arizona and try to grow the aerospace manufacturing and logistics centers that we already have existing, try to push that forward a little bit. So aerospace expertise is pretty strong around the Aerozone area. We really want to try to grow that with more manufacturing, more employment, focusing around the airport area. The transportation investment here is going to include enhanced freight access and infill of sidewalks and trails. And we'll try to build momentum to end up with new housing options and redevelopment. And this shows you some of the areas where the IX Center, maintenance around the airport, the stadium site. It shows you some nodes of areas we're trying to aid with infrastructure. So that is the focus of the first scenario. The second scenario is the town center model. And in this scenario, we are focusing on creating vibrant activity centers. And this will grow the sectors of retail, hospitality, and light manufacturing. So on this slide, what we're seeing are specific centers we've called out that made sense due to land utilization currently and progressing that forward to what is possible in the future. And we will focus on tailoring this to each individual community with new options throughout the entire district. Transportation investment here will focus on new trails and connections, streetscapes and crosswalks, really livability type infrastructure. And then we have our third concept, which is the corridor investment concept. And this one is more transit focused. We are creating corridors of opportunity and growing the sectors of light manufacturing and commercial. And with this, we are incorporating the idea of transit-oriented development, focusing the clusters of development and connecting them with public transit. Transportation investment is going to be new modes of transit, line extensions, increased frequency of transit along those corridors. And what we're working towards is vibrant, well-connected hubs and opportunity for housing and employment, and really trying to make jobs more accessible by providing transit options between residential and job areas. The financial impact of our project, the study is not to exceed $414,748. And next steps, American Structure Point and NOACA staff will continue to provide updates to this council as the project progresses. And I do want to let you know specifically that our next stakeholder meeting is going to be a working meeting. We're going to have boards of the three scenarios, and we're really going to try to get the stakeholders to give their input on the aspects they like and the aspects maybe they're not so pleased with in each of the scenarios. And that is going to be from 2 to 4 p.m. on June 2nd at the Rocky River Nature Center in the Metro Parks. And I am inviting you all to attend if you'd like. I do ask that you please contact one of us if you do plan to attend. And that's only so we get an idea of how many people are going to show up. And with that, I am done.
I had one question on one of the earlier slides. Was you said something about mixed perception on multimodal?
That was a survey response.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And was that what multimodal in general, some strongly in favor, some strongly unfavorable, or a mix between?
I am going to let Angie answer that specific question.
Hi. Yeah, good question. So we did have a few people show up at our first meeting that were pretty anti. pretty vocally anti, but actually, at our second public meeting, even at the first one, there were people that came that were supporters as well. So it's been pretty mixed. And actually, the survey did show pretty strong support, for biking and walking and transit as well. It was actually surprising, I thought, how many people said they would use transit to get to work or would like to. I believe it was, a plurality, if the train service was better. And safer walking and biking conditions was sort of a top amenity that people wanted to see, they said. So overall, I'd say it's pretty strong, but there are a little bit of mixed perceptions.
Thank you. Any other questions?
This isn't a question, just I'm with Federal Highway Administration, and the Safe Streets for All program is one of our more popular grants right now. And although with reauthorization coming, we don't know if that will continue in exactly its current form. But there are 7 required components of an action plan. This looks like it's pretty close to all of them. So you may want to look through that and maybe tailor this a little bit. So if there are future rounds of funding, this would set it up perfectly for implementation.
That's very good input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peck and Angie. Our next presentation is Andrew Bean. He's going to talk about reauthorization and what's at stake for safety.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Bean. I work in the Government Affairs Department here at NOACA as Government Affairs Liaison, and I'm here to talk about the upcoming Surface Transportation Reauthorization and its impacts on safety. There is no action requested. This item is for information and discussion only, and there has been no previous action. So for background, every few years, Congress passes a multi-year surface transportation reauthorization bill to dictate federal policy and funding for the nation's roads, transit, and rail networks. The primary funding mechanism is the Highway Trust Fund, which is predominantly fed by the federal gas tax. But since federal gas tax has not been raised since 1993, inflation and fuel efficiency improvements have created a massive structural deficit where annual expenditures far outpace tax revenues. So consequently, trust fund can't survive on its own. It requires Congress to routinely inject tens of billions of dollars via supplemental appropriations and transfers from the Treasury General Fund. So since this legislation is so large, it requires several congressional committees to simultaneously draft specialized sections called titles. In the House, most of the work is done by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, but in the Senate, it's a more fragmented process. Includes the Environment and Public Works Committee drafting the highway title, the Banking Committee drafting the public transit title, the Commerce Committee managing rail and safety, and the Finance Committees holding sole jurisdiction over money and tax provisions. So once these committees approve their respective portions, they are pieced together into an omnibus bill that goes to the floor of the respective chambers for a vote. NOACA's board-approved legislative agenda includes the following priorities, include increasing local control, including reaffirming the role of MPOs in developing and guiding local transportation priorities. What's referred to as fix it first, that maintenance of existing assets should be the priority before the construction of new projects. Safety, sustainability, and multimodalism, and with a focus on expanding transportation choice for all residents through public transit, passenger rail, bicycle, and pedestrian, and the stabilization of the Highway Trust Fund, inclusive of transit. Currently, the mass transit account of the Highway Trust Fund gets about 15% of the 18.4 cents per gallon federal gas tax, and we'd like that to be at the very least maintained. Number of issues at stake when it comes to reauthorization. Of course, the long-term solvency of the Highway Trust Fund, expediting project delivery between permitting and federal review processes and understaffing at some federal agencies. It's taking a long time to get federal projects obligated and shovels in the ground. That's leading to cost increases, some of which make projects non-viable. We're looking at a competition between discretionary grants versus formula funds, whether support for EV infrastructure should be included or continued, and how to improve safety across all modes. There is a broad consensus that safety should be a priority, but various legislators have varying opinions on what in particular needs to be done first to address safety in the transportation system. From the administration's perspective, earlier this year, Secretary Duffy at USDOT introduced the Freedom to Drive initiative, which calls on governors to identify their state's worst congestion bottlenecks and fast-track highway expansions. It emphasizes maximizing vehicle capacity on public roads by leveraging private sector partnerships, technologies, and potentially recovering roadway space previously used for other modes of travel. So the current status in Congress is that the House and Senate committee leadership on the relevant committees has expressed a desire to get back to basics. House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Chair Sam Graves of Missouri and Senate Environment and Public Works Chair Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia have expressed a desire to have a more traditional transportation reauthorization with fewer discretionary grants and more of a focus on highways and bridges. Initial bill text is expected imminently from the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, but reports have suggested that the Senate is taking a slower timeline and that preliminary bill text won't be available until the summer or possibly even later. As you're probably aware, there are a lot of things going on in Washington, on Capitol Hill right now. The transportation reauthorization has slipped on the priority list as a result. And so there is an increasingly high likelihood that there will not be a new reauthorization by September 30th, and the IIJA will need to be extended until a new bill can be passed. Now, as part of the IIJA, it created a number of new discretionary grant programs as a way for local entities to have more access to federal dollars, as well as address specific issues in transportation requiring large capital investments. And while some have expressed objection to this in terms of the grant writing process and the administration process, we've received feedback both from the Transit Committee and the Bike and Ped Operations Committee that this process has been working for our local stakeholders, which is something that we are going to take to our congressional delegation as we continue to speak with them about this process. In terms of safety, the main takeaway was that Safe Streets for All was the primary focus of safety grant policy, although there were other programs like Raise, Now Build, that had increased focus on safety in their rubrics for grant awards. But at any rate, Congress has been repeatedly saying that they would like to move away from the discretionary grant process to streamline the process and reduce cost and direct more formula dollars to states. Now, Congress shifts discretionary funding away from discretionary programs without requiring sub-allocations to regions. We're looking at a rather large drop in the amount of funding that could be potentially available to local governments in the next reauthorization. And so the Basics Act is a proposed piece of legislation in Congress that was proposed by the LOT Coalition, Local Officials in Transportation, which represents a number of groups that represent local and regional level officials and groups. They came together to advocate for their priorities in surface transportation reauthorization as one united group. It is a marker bill, which means it is not meant as a standalone bill, but ultimately to be folded into a larger piece of legislation. In this case, the reauthorization, it's sponsored by Kristen McDonald-Rivet of Pennsylvania, or of Michigan, and Rob Bresnahan of Pennsylvania. The Basics Act is a bipartisan proposal to increase or to preserve local and regional access to funding at IIJ levels while also increasing formula funding to states. It results in an overall increase in the amount of funding available to both local officials and state DOTs. New formula programs would be created to give regions stable funding and predictable access to federal funding, and new formula programs would include one for bridges and another to turn safe streets and roads for all into a more permanent formula program. It should be noted that the Basics Act only addresses the highway title of the transportation reauthorization, does not address the other titles, including transit and rail. Now, on April 1st, we hosted Transportation Day for local stakeholders to learn more about the Basics Act, including speakers from AMPO, the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, the National Association of Regional Counties, the National Association of Counties, and the National League of Cities. We also had Representative Chantel Brown come speak to the assembled members of the audience. She encouraged them to make their voices known to Congress about what they think should be represented in the reauthorization. So the Basics Act impact on safety funding is that it would give MPOs like NOACA increased flexibility in funding for multimodal projects. It would avoid the jump ball approach, as we call it, where communities are required to develop complex grant applications only to compete in a competitive environment nationally with selections made by US DOT staff who are unfamiliar with the region and its priority. The Basics Bill approach harkens back to the reason MPOs were created in the first place. Local elected officials serving on an MPO board know what is best for their region. So NOACA will continue to share updates on the legislative progress of the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill and its potential impacts on transportation safety. Can answer any questions.
Question, if a new bill is not passed, is the extension of the IIJA, is that automatic or does that require congressional action?
It requires congressional action. So Congress would pass a continuing resolution for, could be 3 months, 6 months, a year, however long they think it would take them to come to an agreement on a new reauthorization.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Bean.
Thank you.
Are there any reports or updates?
Mr. Kushner, if I may follow up on a question Mr. Hop had about Lake Tran ridership. I looked up their 2025 annual report, and they say they have 720,000 total annual ridership. So just to answer your previous question.
Thank you. Any other reports or updates? If none, is there any old business? Is there any new business? Did we ever reach a quorum? Okay. Well, can I have a motion to adjourn?
There's no quorum, so. You can, I assume you all agree.
Yeah. So no motion to adjourn even. Okay, well,